Let's go.
Easy.
What did I get here? A new cap that it sings. It gives more 5 pistols. And then I get this, I give my 5 more Geisha. Alright. Now what I had to do is just like that. Happened by a little overview. Manual ilustrado, pega o livro do cara. Mostrou um robô terra estranha, mataram um robô, pega outra coisa. Pegar o livro na casa do colecionador. Holy moly. Shit me.
You're fast. Something you need?
Esse aqui tem uma modificação de mira.
handle this. Not even a scratch. We can handle this. Everyone all right?
Levar o livro de volta pro maluco lá. Vamos no padre, levar o livro que ele quer.
Hey, you hear about Wilson?
Heard Marauders got in.
Just between us, Wilson deserted. Lost his nerve. Ran off in the thick of night.
You're kidding me. Damn. Always thought he was made of sterner stuff.
I think he was plagued. Guess he didn't want to die in the sick house.
Plague? Ah, shit. I had some of the salt tuna.
You moron.
Any progress on that matter? Wonderful. This is fantastic. Well worth all the sacrifices I... Wait. What the fuck is this? Is this... French? I can't fucking read French. It's a law-forsaken joke is what it is. French! Ha! I was so high and mighty, preaching to the yokels about following the plan, while fighting it at every turn.
Você não queria o livro para impedir que as pessoas lessem? Você só queria ele para você.
Well, yes. But I assure you, it was not for personal gain, only for the greater good. I've spent my life searching for the keys to unlocking the secrets of the universal equation that underlies the plan. I had hoped this book held some of those answers. I became so desperate, I even got myself assigned to this plague-ridden backwater to find the damn thing. All the time and suffering I've spent. Wasted.
Pelo menos você ainda tem seu trabalho na missão daqui para dar um propósito à sua vida. Por que você achou que o livro continha os segredos que estava procurando? Isso só pode ser algum tipo de castigo cósmico. Buraco pestilento? O que aconteceu com toda aquela baboseira ali neste rebanho?
Please, those dolts? Nothing could be more excruciating than discussing the true nature of reality with people who have no interest beyond their next Aetherwave program. But that's neither here nor there. What I need to do now is to find a translator, obviously. But to do that, I'll first need to secure transport. You have a ship. Perhaps I could make myself of use to your crew. Free spiritual counseling, someone to watch your back, not to mention a grown-up in the party.
I'm 28.
Exactly. I'm pretty handy with a tossball stick, or any blunt instrument, really. I'm also a passable gun hand, if it comes to that. I can usually talk my way out of conflict, though. Oh, I'm fairly competent at hacking computers as well. Of course. I'm a vicar who is dedicated to his calling. More dedicated than any other you'll find in this colony. I joined the OSI to help decipher the grand plan. But instead, I ended up the vicar in a prison due to ignorance and politics. Then I came here. Satisfied? It's the journal of one of the originators of the Philosopher's School of Thought, though it would be more than a century before it was perverted into that belief system. Philosophism's a false religion that stands in contradiction to almost everything we know to be true. They believe all is chaos, in stark contrast to OSI's belief in the plan. But most of that came later. Bokonu had some interesting theories about man's perception of reality that I thought could be applied to our attempts to decipher the plan. Most laypeople are not aware of this, but we've not discovered any new insights into the plan for a long, long time. I had an idea that we should welcome the truth, no matter where we found it. I had the worse idea to share my thoughts with a superior. And that's the long and short of it. So, what do you think? Fantastic. Let me get my things in order and I'll catch up with you.
Edgewater's gonna miss you. Folk here always had good things to say about their vicar.
Thank you, Ms. Holcomb. I'll be glad for the change of scenery, and to leave this place behind. I shall see you on the ship, Captain, whenever you're ready to leave Emerald Vale.
Seu companheiro subiu de nível e tem direito de um novo talento. Acesse a página de companheiro, botão talento. Ok.
I'll meet you on the ship when you're ready.
Ok. Well, I got a new drill. I get a new drill. Mais vida. Quero ir reto.
Wonder if the plague's everything.
It's not the best choice. Go right ahead. Work your jaw on some Spacer's Chaw. Music to my ears.
Now, what that I had is... Morra, robô, morra. Ludwig quer que se infiltre na usina e recupere um nódulo.
Another day at the cannery.
I used to skip rocks in the river until Constable Reyes ticketed me for unlicensed terraforming. I think she was jealous. She don't know how to skip rocks her own self.
Yeah, huh?
Tá com zap.
I've always wanted to poke around in here.
Sister, take it.
Get ready! Coming back! Heading back! Everyone all right?
Let me see.
Mr. Thompson said to talk with Miss McDevitt before doing anything here?
Ou desenergia das usinas. Tá, eu deveria ter falado com ela primeiro, entrega a mensagem de Reach. Será que eu posso... Yes. E se eu der um F9 pra onde eu vou, será? Ah, que medo. Já sei. Deixa eu... Puta. Ah tá, há uns minutos atrás... Tá. Antes de eu entrar, tá. Vamos falar então com ela. Vamos falar com ela antes. After this we can. Let's see what you got for us.
Nicely done.
Move along, stranger. We don't want any trouble. I don't know you. Whatever you're looking for, it ain't here. Move along. Answers, huh? You must be one of those philosophicals. Already got ourselves one of those. Yeah, that's us. And you can tell Thompson we're doing just fine by ourselves. If you're gonna start wandering around my camp, know that I got my sights on you. Over in the hothouse, tending crop. Enough with the questions. No offense, but I've got a lot on my mind. You don't know what enough with the questions means? No, I'm sorry. That was unworthy of me. Lady named Zoe went missing some nights ago. Just up and vanished without a trace. Now I'm pacing around wondering if marauders got to her. It's not like Zoe to go wandering. Figured she might be out scavenging, but that ain't exactly her talent. Can't imagine where she's gone. Vale's a wide place. She could be anywhere. Appreciate it. Honest. I'll tell you what I can. Vex me. If she told anybody, they ain't telling me. I'd check her room, but I got yelled at for snooping once already. Little ways ago. She was always obsessing over her serial dramas. Wanted to see what the fuss could be. Dangers aplenty out there. No telling why marauders would steal somebody like Zoe. Got no useful skills far as I could tell. Marauder gang just moved into the districts a little ways east. Their numbers are growing. Gotta come from somewhere. Well, enough to know we never got on. Zoe and Stefan were close. If anybody knows the workings of her mind, he does. She was lazy and thoughtless, but she's still one of our own. Vex me. If she told anybody, they... Little ways ago. Vex me. Could be. Dangers. Well, enough to know we never... What is it?
Keep your wits about you, friend.
You hungry? We got canid ribs, canid flank, canid snout too. Something I can help you with? You mean Zoe? Yeah, we were pretty close. Not like her to go loping off. Zoe and I were gonna watch the serials, as is our custom. She never turned up. I looked around, but she was nowhere to be found. You sound like some type of corporate fixer asking all these questions. Zoe was always obsessed with this serial. Masked Marketeer. A scion of Byzantium turns to banditry and teaches his marauder companions the wisdom of free market economics. Shame she up and vanished when she did. I had a surprise lined up for her. The other day I got my hands on a genuine copy of the latest Masked Marketeer. I was gonna surprise Zoe with it, but she was gone the next day. Can't say I recall Zoe ever acting strange. Well, except for her habit of writing things down on scraps of paper. She called it journaling, but I think it's just plain odd. Hey, I got time. I'll help if I can. Hey, I got time. Fresh off the limb, and that includes canid meat.
Estoque restrito. Acho que é porque eu tô cheio. I got no one left. How much is everything? 2.913. Pouco dinheiro, né? Fuck, I thought we used this to... Shit. I need a place for my head. Thank you. You could go. Well, look, there is nobody looking. Look at me.
If you're hungry, Stefan's got supplies.
Yeah, no, alright, talk to him. É hoje o grande dia, Zoe. Hoje que você toma as rédeas do próprio destino, a Grace me falou da ameaça saqueadores. Bandidos das selvas estão livres e vivem em acampamentos nas colinas, se aquecendo à luz das fogueiras em barris, provavelmente espetando as cabeças dos inimigos com espinhos, com um aviso pra gente como eu. Vivendo uma vida de conforto e leveza sem regra nenhuma. Se fossem organizados, com certeza podiam tomar a região toda. Tô guardando um pouco de comida da Adelaide, peguei umas latas de saltum a mais. Deve durar algumas semanas se eu racionar. Também peguei um pouco de adrenatempo. Todo mundo adora adrenatempo. Até o saqueador, né? Após o saqueador vão me aceitar se eu aparecer com alguma seringa de adrenatempo pra eles. Vai ser ótimo. Cuidado, Terra 2. A história de Zoe, rainha dos bandidos, acaba de começar. Vou ter uma gangue inteira de saqueadores ao meu lado. What the fuck? Então aí, chega de plantar água pra mim. Chega de fábrica de conversa. Chega de macacão e luva, sim senhora, e quer mais um pouco. Nem sei porque eu tô escrevendo isso pra posteridade. Porque sempre odiei a fábrica de conserva. Não sei olhar esse diário daqui. E não sei se vou olhar esse diário daqui há muitos anos e dizer pra mim mesmo: caramba, eu detestava mesmo o Vale, né? Só porque eu fiquei doente, todo mundo fica doente. É, tá certo. Fiquei doente, peguei um pouco de adrenatempo além da conta. Isso é crime mesmo? Mereço um agrado quando tô doente, não? E a tal responsabilidade de pessoas em andar com as minhas próprias pernas. Ah, minha própria castrela. Vira-lata. Encontre Zoe. O que eu preciso, na verdade, é aumentar um pouco dessa hood. Yeah.
If you're hungry, Stefan's got supplies.
Okay, go away. Let me do my shit. Thanks. thanks. McDavid. Eterna abençoe o primeiro esforço. Estás usando desde que larguei a vida da fábrica de conservas de Pantágua. Por sorte, os antigos laboratórios botânicos não estão funcionando, a maioria o solo está fértil. Farei o que puder, mas o prisão de fertilização é poderoso. Estou cansado de ficar com gosto saltando na língua todo dia. Quero algo fresco. Encontramos outro trabalhador Pantágua, ex-trabalhador agora. As taxas de deserção devem estar subindo. Não estou nada surpreso. O estilo de administração do Reed sempre foi tirânico. Parece que o senhor está se formando de qualquer forma, trabalhador. Lastimável, febre, respiração difícil, delirante, baradibaradô. Notas experimentais. Estou reaproveitando esse laboratório botânico porque não terá a sua concepção original de uma engrenagem automação na máquina corporativa. Essa estufa pode parecer impressionante, mas como todos os produtos das premissas espaciais, a inferior não é confiável. Terei de fazer alguns reparos com as minhas próprias mãos. O lugar se tornará viveiro. Estou certo de que horticultores não conseguiram produzir uma única safra viável. Esse local será abandonado. Tinha algumas coisas muito pobres. Estou determinado a encontrar o jeito. O Eterno sorria para meus esforços. A flora composta de seres vivos tão sensíveis ao ambiente quanto qualquer corpo que respira ou pensa. Eu afirmo que as colheitas nessa região não deram certo porque os cientistas corporativos tratavam... São pessoas frias, sem coração, desumanas. Primavera silenciosa, bem-vinda McDavid. I don't know who is McDavid, but let's find out. It may be her. Yes, it is.
Keep your wits about you, friend.
Eu tenho uma roupa que me dá gás, ó. Tecnologia, hacking, tecnologia, furtividade, tecnologia, armadura, furtividade, pistola, mentira, tecnologia. Eu tinha alguma coisa que me dava furtividade, tecnologia. É furtividade que eu tenho? Furtividade me dá Bom, eu tenho. Desbloqueei a capacidade de vender. Portas e containers que precisam de gás ou magnética vão ser destrancadas. Caralho, para de me seguir, tia.
Oh, that's Thomas. He used to follow me around before he left the cannery.
Ah, esse era o Thomas?
Yeah, huh?
Keep your wits about you, friend.
Oh, didn't see you there. I was just occupying myself with a little engineering. Whoa, Miss Parvati. Hey, you're, what, how are you? Hi, hello.
Are you, are things safe out here? How are you keeping?
Great, just great. I've been trying to keep stuff running, just like you. Only I'm not so... Wait, they didn't kick you out, did they?
Oh gosh, no, I'm just along with this fella here.
Are you from town? I mean, you don't exactly look like you're from town. Never heard it phrased in such a way before. I guess we're all trying to get our ships off the ground, ain't we? Sorry, I just wasn't sure if you were from town or if you were one of us. Something's been chewing at me, you see. Fact is, I've been, well, lying. To everybody here. Camp thinks I'm a mechanical genius, but I couldn't fix a busted chair. I'll take all the help I can get. I set my mind to learning the craft of the engineer, you see. I want to make something of myself. You ever heard of the Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering? Comes in a set of 3. If I had my hands on one of those data pads, I could teach myself the ins and outs.
Those are good. My dad kept a copy with him when he was working in the cannery.
I know the old community center kept a copy. Should find another one back in town. If you could find me even one of those pads, I'd be greatly obliged. No kidding! Really? Well, which one? Look at that! Building a computing machine out of Spectrum potatoes, a primer. I'm just glad it survived all these years. I appreciate you going through all that trouble. In fact, I put aside something special, on the off chance that somebody'd search out those data pads for me. Sure, I'd be glad to take them off your hands. What's on your mind? Couple months. This camp's my home. People you see milling about, they're my family. At least I think of them that way. I owe them my life. Would have died in the wilderness if they hadn't chanced upon me, starving and delirious. We all left the cannery for one reason or another. Me? I was let go, mostly on account of my incompetence. I mean, I was incompetent. I couldn't even survive on my own. Grace found me, Adelaide took me in, I've been on my feet ever since.
You weren't incompetent. You just didn't fit the cannery. Not like here. This place had a U-shaped hole, and now it doesn't.
You could stay, you know. Here. I'd be happy to... I mean, we could really use... oh, this isn't coming out right. If you want, Adelaide would make a place for you. What's on your mind? Couple months. I owe them my life. Any luck finding...
54 DPS. Eu quero organizar por maior dano. Então esse tem o menor, menor, menor. Vamos desmontar, mas eu vou ficar com 1. Essa é uma arma impecável. Eu posso vendê-la 28. Essa eu vendo a 14. Essa que estão impecável eu vou vender. Essa aqui eu desmonto. Essa aqui eu tenho meio igual, eu vendo por 44, eu vou guardar. Essa aqui eu posso fazer peça, eu posso desmontar também. Desmontar tudo essas armas. Eu me dou bastante peça de arma, né? 2,5 para vender? Porra, é muito pouco. Nível 1. Nível 3 eu posso vender, porra, 28 é muito. 6. Valor. Os que valem menos eu desmonto. Mas eu preciso guardar uma. Não, não preciso, né? Mas eu vou. Cutelo eu vou guardar. Esse aqui eu vou vender. Espingarda de canto cerrado. Ele é um nível 3. 12 de 14. Dá 100 e pouco num golpe. Pistola Auto Mag. Uau, essa parece top, hein? Nível 9. Interessante essa pistola. 180 de DPS. Uma pistola. Uou. Eu experimentei 173. Uou, pistola rajada. Essas armaduras que eu não vou usar, eu poderia vender, mas... Já tá com o zap. Esse é equipado no meu amigo, na minha amiga. metralhadora leve, um rifle de assalto 215. Acho que eu prefiro por dano, né? Aí eu vejo qual é o tipo de arma que eu quero e vejo qual dá mais dano, mas aí não mostra o DPS, né? Vai mostrar só dano, né? É isso, será? Aí tem o DPS ali. Cinquenta e dois. Muito alto, né? 19 é muito pouco, mas ela tem 320 de DPS. 137 de DPS, 320. Um golpe ela dá 25 vezes 3. Trinta e quatro de dano, 134 DPS. Deixar ela com esse canhão de choque mesmo. Uma arma pesada, dá um boom. 34 de dano. Giroscópica tá instalada nela? Não, eu tô com mira estendida instalada nela. Tô com um velocabo, já tô com um instalado. Ok. Ajuste, modificar. Tô com reforço. Aqui eu tenho reforço, reforçado e reforçado.
Keep your wits about you. Keep your wits about you.
Okay. The one's here. Right.
Great work.
2, 41 de dano, 102 DPS, 173. Boa espingarda. I could take this if I wanted. Let's see what she has.
If you're hungry, there's meat turning on the spit outside. If you're bearing illness, find a place to lay your head down and I'll fetch you a poultice. Whatever your troubles with Edgewater, leave them at the gates and be welcomed here. Any questions, dear? I have been called that, among other things. Green Thumb, grandmother, the strange old lady who keeps flowers. But yes, Adelaide will do just fine.
Adelaide?
Excuse me, Miss McDevitt? Sorry, it's just... You got such pretty trees in here.
Why, thank you. You're Robert's girl, aren't you? I remember when you were but a sprout. Thomas speaks of you often. Are you staying long? You should try some of my tobaccorn tea. I brew it in an old spittoon, but it's been cleaned. A home for anyone who's ever turned their backs on Edgewater. A home for those of us with nowhere left to go and nothing to lose. So, like the spores of the puffball, cast on the wind and alighting on fresh soil, we put down new roots. It is an unpleasant story, dear. But the short of it is that sometimes one wakes up and realizes the place that was once her home for much of her life has changed. The home in which we spent our lives has left us behind, and so we must move on. And that is as much as I will say on the subject. No, dear. The garden belongs to us all. Life is the gift of the universe, and the universe yields its bounty equally, absent of prejudice. The soil around the Vale went sour years ago, but I found a way to sweeten it back up. The secret recipe is a little bit of elbow grease, a dash of love, and a heaping pile of special fertilizer. Reed Thompson, you here on behalf of that cold-eyed reptile? Let's hear it. What's Reed's idea of peace, then? Make amends. Spare me. Only thing Reed knows how to make is a mess. Like everything else that comes out of Edgewater, that peace offering is canned. I and my own are living just fine out here by ourselves. He would do such a thing. The question is, why would you agree to his plans? Cannery's got a regulator. You want ship parts, you ought to rip them out of the cannery's guts and leave us be. If you're going down to the plant, you should divert power away from Edgewater and toward our end of the grid. Think about it. You'd be liberating an entire town from a lifetime of service to that odious cannery. Seems the sort of thing a hero would do. You've seen that miserable excuse for a town with your own lamps. Hollowed out workers laboring their lives away at the cannery, living off whatever scraps Spacer's choice throws them. You know that's true, don't you, Ms. Holcomb? Your father died of overwork. His heart gave out.
He was tired all the time, sure, but he was old, ma'am, and he raised me all by his lonesome.
Look what they did to this child. Lost her family to the company, and still she defends them. Life in Edgewater grinds to a halt. The cannery shuts down, workers desert in droves, and our own little camp grows and thrives. You bring power to Reed's town, and you'll be killing us. Reed knows it. He's counting on it. I trust you will listen to your conscience.
Where are we headed? He's just interested in fixing stuff. He always used to follow me around, asking me to explain what I was doing. Like a puppy, kinda. I'm just glad he's alive. That he's okay. I mean, when Mr. Thompson said he was fired, we all expected the worst. If he wants to learn about engineering, we should help him get those data pads he wants. I'd like to do that for him. Something you need.
And here is the deal. Você entregou a mensagem de Reed, mas Adelaide se recusou a voltar para o Pentágono. Vá para a usina geotérmica e direcione a energia. Adelaide sugeriu que você direcione a energia geotérmica para o laboratório botânico, privando o Pentágono de energia. Fins precisa de sua ajuda para fazer as coisas certas em Bonança, mas você precisa de um meio de transporte primeiro. Desvie energia da usina. Você aprendeu que há reguladores de energia na fábrica de conserva de Pentágono e no laboratório de botânica, em outro lugar da região, mas nenhum deles pode ser removido sem a energia ser redirecionada para eles. Nenhum deles pode ser removido sem que a energia seja redirecionada. Viaje até a usina geotérmica da região e direcione a energia de um dos lugares. Centro comunitário, pelo menos... Ele sabe que pelo menos um volume do conjunto está no centro comunitário que eu já peguei. O outro na cidade. Então, e agora? Preciso desviar a energia e... Here is the deal. I could try to get this out. What happened if I tenho que desviar. Understood.
de segurança. Uma nave entra e um homem misterioso com aparência de cientista louco pode falar o que for, jovens, mas pra mim tem duas opções. Ou ele é inspirado no Rick, do Rick and Morty, ou no Fritz, do Franco Robô. Seu nome é Phineas, um fugitivo procurado pelo Conselho de Bonança por uma enorme lista de crimes. Tá mais pra Rick mesmo. Ele se aproxima das cápsulas dos colonos e fica irritado, dizendo que milhares foram deixados para morrer, tudo para não prejudicar resultados financeiros do Conselho. Começamos a nossa criação de personagem, não tem segredo, você tem pontos do que você acha mais indicado para você, corpo, para força e destreza, mente para inteligência e percepção, e personalidade para charme e temperamento. Fatores que vão influenciar seu gameplay de combate e diálogos. Lembrando que o jogo está legendado em português, está na dublagem original, essa é bem feita. Então se vocês lerem com cuidado que cada atributo te dá, não tem erro. Segunda coisa que esse jogo te oferece é texto. Depois, vamos criar a aparência mais precisamente a cabeça, pode ser um homem ou mulher, mexer no cabelo, nos olhos, na estrutura do rosto, mas é aquela coisa, o personagem vai usar capacete o tempo todo. Mas dá pra fazer, né? Pode voltar. Ao finalizarmos, vemos o cientista pegando o corpo de um colombo, que é o nosso personagem, e a esperança de invadir probabilidades, mas ele consegue escapar. Então, nos vemos em um local conhecido como Terra 2, um laboratório orbital do sistema Bonança, que é quando assumimos o personagem e o cientista mexendo na nossa cápsula, começa a explicar mais ou menos o que está rolando. Inexplicavelmente, a nossa nave colônia teve seu salto interrompido e foi forçada a completar a jornada abaixo da velocidade da luz. Significa que nosso personagem e os demais colonos ficaram em animação suspensa por 70 anos. Despertar ou reviver após tantos anos pode gerar resultados terríveis. Para evitar a nossa morte certa, o cientista bombeou nosso sangue com uma mistura especial que ele criou. Se isso vai dar certo ou não, só o tempo vai dizer. Ele continua dizendo que, infelizmente, usou tudo que restava dos primeiros químicos para nos salvar e precisa de muito mais para poder ajudar os demais colonos. E ele não pode ir atrás desse produto, porque, como eu disse, ele procurado em todo o sistema. Só que antes de concluir o raciocínio, a gente é ejetado da nave. Ele continua falando pelo monitor, o cara que ele contratou se chama Hawthorne, e ele está esperando a gente no local combinado de pouso. O problema é que nós aterrissamos em cima do cara, porque o imbecil, ele não ficou perto da área de pouso. Ele ficou exatamente em cima, demonstrando já como buraco do jogo. O game em si é cheio de senso de humor. Podemos ser até o protagonista zoeiro completo. E é aí que o jogo começa pra valer. Estamos em Terra 2, nos vários planetas e naves que vamos visitar. A nossa motivação inicial é salvar a nossa colônia com a ajuda de Phineas. E tem um lance também de poder confiar nele ou não. Você pode escolher. Pegaremos a nave do capitão que morreu, vamos encontrar e recrutar NPCs para a nossa tripulação. Mais pra frente eu falo sobre eles. Vamos nos envolver com facções diferentes, com diferentes formas políticas e sociais de lidar, em pleno pé de guerra, e poderemos ter relacionamento com elas, sejam eles bons, ruins ou neutros. Essas inúmeras decisões vão oferecer muitas variações de possíveis finais. A trama ela é muito bem desenvolvida, com muitos dilemas morais e senso de humor, cheio de NPCs carismáticos. Tem uma campanha que vai de 10 a 15 horas, para 100%, de 30 a 35 horas. Para jogos do gênero, isso é considerado curto. E como o jogo funciona? Exatamente como Fallout, trazendo algumas particularidades. Podemos andar, correr, abaixar, andar abaixado, para poder usar o furtivo, dentro do que chama de desconfiômetro dos inimigos, esquivar, pular, mirar, atirar, infectar ataques físicos e bloquear. Enquanto em Fallout temos o PAX, aqui nós temos o TTT, siglas para dilatação temporal tática. Tudo fica na lenta para podermos atirar os inimigos. Essa dilatação acontece devido a complicações da hibernação prolongada. O cérebro do protagonista processa o tempo de forma diferente. E aqui eu já quero falar de um ponto muito importante. A dificuldade chamada supernova seria a dificuldade máxima do game. E é ela que exige que o jogador coma, beba e durma. As demais não. Então, se você é veterano de Fallout, pode tentar essa supernova de cara. Os problemas dela são as limitações de viagens rápidas e o risco dos seus companheiros terem mortes definitivas. Existem inúmeros consumíveis que você pode comprar na exploração, ou dropando de inimigos, ou comprando de NPCs ou na máquina de vendas. Esses consumíveis estão status positivos por um tempo e negativos se você abusar deles. Existe um limite de peso de coisas que você pode carregar para não ficar pesadão. O inalador médico seria a nossa cura mais básica, como o Steam Pack do Fallout. Mas existem outras formas de cura. A moeda do jogo se chama Pix. Existem vários tipos de quests primárias, secundárias, de facção, tarefas e de companheiros. Com muitos diálogos você retorna na conversa, ou na violência, ganhando XP e leve. Você tem o livre-arbítrio de ser uma pessoa boa, má, neutra. Existe uma árvore de habilidades onde você melhora suas habilidades com armas brancas, de fogo, sua defesa, seu diálogo, sua furtividade, seu conhecimento. Tem uma outra árvore de talentos também, você pode aumentar seu HP, a porcentagem de dano de alguma coisa, etc. Seu personagem, tendo certos conhecimentos e lábia, ele pode intimidar o NPC para convencê-lo a fazer algo que você queira, ser charmoso, mentir, mostrar conhecimentos em ciência, medicina, engenharia, pode ser habilidoso para arrombar e hackear coisas, lembrando que roubar e ser pego arrombando ou maquinando pode ter consequências de você ficar mal visto naquela facção ou um confronto acontecer. Nós temos um grande número de armas e armaduras para encontrar ou comprar, ambos vão se desgastando, danificando, diminuindo a sua eficiência. A arma vai causando menos dano e a armadura vai te dar menos defesa, e você pode consertar bancadas, pagar para alguém consertar ou desmontar e tirar as peças para você. Podemos modificá-las também, dando uma mira especial para uma arma, ou um recurso maior para uma armadura. O arsenal é amplo, com muitos tipos de armas brancas e pistolas, 12, metralhadora, lança-granada, lança-chamas e muito mais. Essas que causam muitos status negativos, como ácido, queimar, atordoar, enfraquecer. O visual das roupas e armaduras são bem legais. Podemos nos equipar com 4 armas e a armadura é uma coisa só, daí tem um capacete separado. Uma coisa que rola é o seguinte: está na sua jornada andando com robôs, por exemplo, daí entra uma mensagem na tela, que seria uma proposta de defeito, por exemplo. Agora você tem robofobia, seu personagem tem medo de robôs, em luta contra eles, você vai ter algum tipo de desvantagem. Se você aceitar esse defeito, na mesma hora você ganha um pouco de talento para gastar. E como eu falei há pouco, existem muitas facções para você conhecer e lidar. Fazendo quests vai gerar sua reputação com eles, a ponto de você ser idolatrado ou odiado. Quanto melhor seu relacionamento, mais desconto com os vendedores você vai ter e quests adicionais vão surgir. Um dos pontos mais altos do game são os nossos companheiros. Além de Keita, que é a inteligência artificial que é a nossa nave, que é super zoeira e debochada, na nossa jornada vamos encontrar 6 possíveis companheiros, ficará a sua escolha recrutá-los ou não. Cada companheiro possui suas habilidades. Então, por exemplo, você tem um terminal que quer hackear, mas precisa ser 65 de hacking e você 50. Só que, se você tiver um companheiro que também sabe hackear, as habilidades somam e daí você consegue. O mesmo vale para outros atributos como mentir, arrombar e tudo mais. No combate, podemos dar alguns poucos comandos a eles, como vá, tentar virar, chamar de volta e usar as suas habilidades especiais únicas. Ao entrarem no grupo, eles ficaram na sua nave, um pouquinho mais effect. Aos poucos, eles vão se abrindo mais com você, até o ponto de pedir quests de algum assunto não resolvido na vida deles. Quando estamos explorando os mundos, eles podem fazer comentários sobre os locais, ou podem conversar entre eles, em conversas paralelas, porque ao sair da nave, escolhemos 2 entre 6 para te acompanhar. O ideal é você ficar terminando sempre. Eles entram nas conversas que temos com os NPCs, dando o ponto de vista deles, a opinião deles. Por isso que é bom dar tempo e levar os companheiros certos em algumas regiões que eles são mais familiarizados ali. Eles conhecem os NPCs e tudo mais. Eles reagem às nossas ações. Se você rouba, alguns aprovam, outros tanto faz e outros desaprovam. O lance da violência depende. Alguns podem até pedir para sair do grupo, ou até partir
Eu tenho uma escolha a fazer.
The control room should be off to the right. I hope we're doing the right thing.
Where are we headed?
Not sure about what we are doing exactly, but
Performing in
Yeah, huh?
the fuck, how did you die? Inicia Thompson. Deve ficar na minha sala particular pelo futuro próximo. Na sala particular do Sr. Tanaka. Lembra certo, sempre surgindo novos guardas por automecanoides. Se as coisas continuarem assim, eu vou acabar de chefe de segurança e serem funcionários. Só um pequeno exercício de reclusão, apontando armas para ver os humanos função deles. Vou pesar na roupa. Aconteceu o pior, mecanoides ficaram loucos. Me tranquei aqui embaixo. Tô tentando juntar a coragem. Vou correr que nem louco para talvez consiga desligar tudo. Vou pagar esse registro. Situação-chefe. Essa mensagem automática iniciada para o protocolo de contingência. O confinamento foi iniciado. Isso não é um teste. O confinamento durante. O confinamento será analisado durante. Se der um efeito colateral, situações venosas, gerada cerveja zero. Cerveja aqui, cura e tristeza.
Don't mess with us. Got it? Inside voices.
Sir Chester. Peguei a versão da cópia aqui, Engenheiros Mecânicos. Acho que o volume 3 precisa de algo para ler no posto. Obrigado, Higgins. Procura da engenharia. Modificações foram introduzidas em uma edição recente. Diz para não me preocupar com isso. Diz que a empresa sabia o que estava fazendo. Mandou me esquecer qualquer suposta modificação em módulos lógicos. Decidi fazer uma pequena investigação para troca dos meus módulos lógicos de fazer experimento. Nothing in here.
No, just leave me alone. Go away, Phantom. You're not real. You're not real.
Wait up. Wait a second. What did I do? Acho um modelo lógico. Beleza. Volte para Ludwig. I will. As soon as... Finish my job in here.
No, just leave me alone. Get away! Go away, Phantom. Go away, Phantom. You're not real. You're not real. Get away from me, Phantom. Shoot. Scram. You can talk? The Phantom's never talked before. I knew I shouldn't have eaten that sprat raw. See, Higgins? This is why you must always boil your sprats before ingesting. Of course. Do excuse me. I experience brief flashes of mania during which I am visited by the phantoms of my imagination. Chester D. Higgins. The D stands for definitely not insane. I use it as a reminder. Hard to say. By my reckoning, Higgins has been here somewhere between 2 weeks and forever. My recollection's a touch fuzzy these days. Oh, Higgins has been many things over the years. Sprat Wrangler, Saltuna critic, Aetherwave personality, chairman of the board, galactic defender, Sisty Pig tycoon. I've come a long way for someone who started off as a simple engineer right here in this plant. I specialized in automechanicals, drones, sentries, repaired them, maintained, upgraded, did it all from my old workroom just over in the next section. Look, I don't want to fall into any trouble with the mechanicals. If they wise up to our plans, they will come for us. With prodding irons. You know, you remind me of myself back when I was an intergalactic adventurer. I discovered a flaw. Their hostility levels were hardwired to maximum. There's no changing that, but you could rewrite their targeting protocol so they attack each other instead. Yes, that's exactly it. I see you're also versed in the noble art of mechanical engineering. There's a behavior control terminal in the other room. It should have options to change how the mechanicals act, including whom they shoot at. Oh, that reminds me. You'll need my passcode to access the behavior control terminal. Here, let me just write it down for you. The tail. Jimmy'd opened the vending machines. That lasted a good couple of months. Eventually, I had to resort to more unconventional means of filling my insides. Mechanicals lost their bolts. Opened fire on anything that moved. It was pandemonium. You mean, why did the Mechanicals go on a murderous rampage? Same reason any of us do, I suppose. The voices told them to do it. I was on cleaning duty at the time. My old boss had me scrubbing pipes when the killing started. So, as usual, I missed out. I specialized in automechanicals. Oh, before. Definitely before. Sissy Pig Tycoonery was the apex of my long and Mechanicals lost their bolts. Opened fire on anything that moved. I was on cleaning duty at the time. My old boss had me scrubbing pipes when the killing started. So, as...
Gosh, that's clever.
Tem mira estendida.
Mind the steam. You're liable to get scalded. Got it. Heads down.
Unexpected.
Ué, eu não reprogramei ninguém, eu só matei todos eles. Amo lagarratos. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mais vida, medidor de dilatação, preço de vendedor, XP de abate, capacidade de viagem rápida com sobrecarga, taxa de recarga de dilatação temporal tática, 100% de estoque adicional de munição, proteção base, 5% de companheiro, perda de durabilidade de arma na armadura, velocidade correndo, velocidade andando. Prefiro viagem rápida com sobrecarga, porque eu vou precisar para vender as coisas depois, né? Quando está no fácil eu vou desabilitando essas coisas, se houver. Eu queria ver, na verdade, era meu bagulho de missão. Você precisa de ajuda de energia. Você aprendeu que gerador de energia na fábrica. Tá. Morra, roubou, morra, volte para Ludwig, procura da engenharia, encontre 3 volumes, um outro eu achei. Umas poucas almas gêmeas. Tá, essa eu não sei onde tá. Ainda não procurei. Ah, já matei todos, então não precisa. Foi isso que aconteceu, ok.
we do this, there's no going back. Hey, mister? Look, I know you want your power regulator and all, but I just gotta ask you. Do you understand what you're about to do? I don't think you should cut off Edgewater's power. I think it would be cruel. I'm sorry. That just sort of came out all at once. Edgewater's hurting. We've been losing workers year after year, and corporate hardly ever sends replacements. There's barely enough Saltuna to fill our bellies anymore. But the town's got some good people in it. Decent, hard-working folk just living their lives the only way they know how. They don't deserve to be punished. Miss McDevitt's built something beautiful. Somehow, she's talked the ground into giving life again. It's plain to see she's made the Vale a better place. Fed the hungry, tended the sick. Gave a home to those that had none. But Miss McDevitt delights in Edgewater's suffering. She wants to hurt the town. Do you really want to be party to that kind of hatred? Well, that sure sounds like Mr. Thompson. If he was standing here, I imagine he'd remind us of how we're all one big, happy Spacer's Choice family. In Mr. Thompson's eyes, those deserters are still part of the Spacer's Choice family. The family must work together in order to survive. I hate to say it, but I think Mr. Thompson's got a point. Unless those deserters come back, Edgewater's as good as dead. Cutting off their power might be the only way. Sorry, I didn't mean to babble on like that. I felt like I had to say something. Really? I mean, wow. Thanks. No one's ever told me those words in that order.
Ok, here it is. Agora eu tenho que... Fábrica de conserva, laboratório de botânica. E agora? What the heck?
I think you did the rightest thing you could sending the power back to Edgewater. A lot of people would have suffered otherwise. People I care for, even if they don't care much for me.
Ok. Seção de reparos. Precisei pegar emprestado sua cópia de guia de engenharia mecânica do jovem espacial. O rádio tá soltando faísca. Eu precisava de referência. Eu devolvi a cópia à seção de reparos.
That's the thing about growing old. Your eyes start to fail. Elsewise, I would have seen you for the snake that you are, chopped you into pieces and roasted you on a spit. This is all you're doing. Cutting off my power, killing off my garden. Without refrigeration, my food will spoil, and my flock will starve. I want to ask you this in private, away from the eyes of my flock, so they do not see me lose my temper. Tell me, why did you do it? You want my flock wasting their lives in that cannery? Fine. Go and talk to them. Go talk to Grace and Thomas. Look them in the eye and tell them their life here is over, and the only thing left to do is go back to Edgewater. This is now your responsibility. And you tell Reed Thompson that I will never return to Edgewater. I would rather die among my flowers than live under his management. My son worked in that cannery. When the plague started coming, he was one of the first to fall sick. We had a store of medicine locked away, but Reed refused to treat him. Said my boy didn't deserve treatment. Said the medicine would have been wasted on him. So I buried my boy in the cemetery, gathered my belongings, and left. That's as much of the story as you need to hear. As long as Reed is still in Edgewater, I will not return. Those are my terms. You offering to cross Reed off, huh? This some sort of twisted reparation for what you've done? Or you just looking for a chance to sow some chaos?
Both.
Kill Reed if you must, or talk him into leaving if you can. He and I are not sharing the same four walls together. Tell Reed that I can make his people healthy again. I can end their plague. Start a new garden right in the cannery. 3 square meals for every man and woman in Edgewater. Tell him how I've made the Vale bloom again. The soil has whispered its secrets to me, and I alone know how to breathe life back into the earth. The secret is human corpses. I've been grinding them up in my fertilizer for years. Marauder, worker, don't matter much to me. The human body is rich with nutrients. Edgewater Cemetery's got corpses aplenty. Enough for a generation's worth of crops.
Por isso que o corpo daquele cara sumiu, aquele que tinha os dentes de ouro.
Look at that. Look at that.
Food's bound to spoil at this rate.
Marauders can't see us in the dark. Wild canids, on the other hand. The matter's been weighing on me. I'm staying put until I know what's become of Zoe. Don't want that question haunting me all the way back to the cannery. The matter's been I'm staying put until I know.
Então tem que achar a Zoe.
Everybody keeps staring at me. It's not my fault the power's dead. I've been thinking about going back. I'm not much use to anybody here. I get sick thinking about working at the cannery. I can't do that again. You know something? I think you're right. The town could use another engineer, and I'm on my way to becoming one. I could do a lot of good in Edgewater. Maybe even keep a garage of my own with a little workbench and my very own toolbox. It's just... Adelaide's never gonna forgive me. Not in 100 years. I go crawling back to my old life in Edgewater, and I'm as good as dead to her. Adelaide hates Edgewater, hates everything Edgewater stands for, hates what that town does to people, what it did to her. We're the nearest she's got to kin. We go back to Edgewater, we may as well have stuck a knife in her heart. Are you sure about this? If we head back to Edgewater on our own, Adelaide won't come with us. She'll stay here and curse us till the end of her days. You know where to find me. What's on your mind?
Eu quero te entregar
Any luck finding one of those manuals? No kidding! Really? The geothermal plant? Now that is just incredible! You really went exploring down there? Adelaide always told us it was swarming with hostile mechanicals.
Yeah, it was.
2 whole data pads? Be still my beating heart. Sure, I'd be glad to take them on. I expect we got no choice. Edgewater needs us back, and loath as I am to admit it, we need Edgewater.
Zoe's still out there. If you find her, could you let me know?
Just give us some time to gather our personals and say her goodbye.
No, wait. I want to do something before it. 5h34. Deixa eu carregar e fazer bagulho aqui. Ela não vai, mas ele vai.
Everybody keeps staring at me. It's not my fault the power... I've been thinking about going back. I'm not much... I get sick thinking about working at the cannery. I can't do that again. You know something? I think you're... I could do a lot of good in Edgewater. Maybe even keep a garage of my own with a little... It's just... Adelaide, we're the nearest she's got to kin. You know where to find me. No kidding! The 2 whole data pads? Sure, I'd be glad...
Não, she.
Marauders can't see us in the dark.
The matter's been wet. I'm staying put until I know what's become of... I'll tell you what I can. What is it?
Vamos achar a Zoe, então, para essa mulher aqui querer ir embora.
Look at that.
Already yesterday.
I'm not in the lightest of humors right now.
All right.
Where are we headed?
Not a peep from me.
Huh?
We made it!
Nice.
Easy.
I don't know anything. Here we go!
Sorry!
I came from there, and then there was this, and I keep him coming.
You're fast.
Not so fast as I want. Fuck me. What is that?
Nicely done.
Sobrecarregado, não é possível correr, fazer quando estiver sobrecarregado. Venda, descarte ou desmonte itens. O sobrecarregado exibido no canto superior. Am I overloaded? Yes, I am. How? Do I transfer?
Yeah, huh?
Eu queria transferir alguma coisa para ela. I can't, so let's throw something now. Eu posso desmontar aqui. Ah, eu não preciso desmontar na bancada. Ok. É melhor regular para DPS, mas DPS é melhor. DPS é o negócio. dar essa de 320 pra ela. Metralhadora de não sei o que espacial. $134 DPS, 34 de dano. It's better. Seven, 3, 7, 3, 9. I'll talk to you. Give me 1 sec. Alright, saw this. I did it.
Wow, you crossed them all off, like some sort of heroic accountant running down a list. Teach me your ways. What? You mean Adelaide's little congregation of nature-loving nobodies? I could not possibly be less interested in them. You, on the other hand, you were a sight to behold. If I had half your skills, I'd be the greatest outlaw the coast has ever seen. I'm great at clarifying. No. I insinuated myself into their company, see? And they didn't seem to mind one whit. I may have bartered them a few boxes of Adrena time, but I'm sure that's got nothing to do with it. I don't know. The vital processes that constitute the miracle of life are mysterious and unknowable. Oh, you mean around these guys? The Marauders wouldn't hurt me. They love me. I'm practically their queen. Yeah, must be my natural charisma. I got kicked out of Edgewater on account of falling sick with plague and stealing some medicine to treat myself. I'd heard some outlaws set up camp in the botanical labs. I decided to throw in with them, seeing as I always wanted to be an outlaw myself. Instead, what do I find? But a bunch of former workers camped out around a greenhouse. I couldn't just go back to the cannery, so I was stuck with them. I've got all the time and help. Why? Adelaide wants me back on garden duty or something? Thanks, but I'm not going anywhere. This is where I belong. I doubt that. Nobody in that camp really cared about me. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Also, he could carry on a conversation, unlike these hooligans. I'll take my stuff and head on back, I suppose. Grace is gonna be glaring knives at me, so I've got that to look forward to. I'm great at clarifying. I've got all the time in Halcyon. I got kicked out of Edgewater. Instead, what do I find? Look, I already bought what you were selling me. Just give me some time to gather up my personals.
Let's go with Grace.
Where are we headed?
I'm not in the lightest of humor. We didn't always get along, but I'm glad to know she's safe. What happened, anyway? Zoe joined up with a band of marauders. Zoe, The same Zoe who doesn't know a barrel from a trigger. Well, I've heard stranger things. You pretty much did my job for me. Least I could do is pay you for your trouble. Let me know if I can do something for you. I don't know what you did to talk some sense into Zoe, but I appreciate it. The matter's been weighing on. Zoe came back, but I couldn't keep her. I don't see us lasting more than a couple of weeks out here. I'm loath to admit it. We're gonna have to make our peace with Thompson and hope he takes us back. Listen, we go back to Reed, hat in hand, begging for our old jobs back. Well, Adelaide's not gonna forgive us. She never talked to us again. Edgewater's not just a town to Adelaide. It's a symbol of everything that's wrong with this colony. A big, heartless machine of metal and gears grinding workers down to dust. We're the closest thing Adelaide's got to a family. We go back to Edgewater, she's gonna... Sure, suit yourself. I'll be here.
The hell?
Food's bound to spoil at this rate.
Home is where the heart is. Marauders took that saying a little too literally.
Okay, now that I did this, well, there is something in the goddess. Which is 99, 7 and 9. Volte a Ludwig e encontre os 3 volumes. Spectrum Vodka. Hey.
Never seen the Veil. Bang up work, soldier. You're a credit to your uniform. Oh, that reminds me. Gotta look into getting us a uniform. So this is it then. The key to humanity's victory over the mechanical hordes. I would reward you with the gratitude of the Resistance, but I'm guessing you want something tactile. So here's a couple of bits for your trouble, and a little something to remember me by.
Reputação especial com Vinícia, bastão de choque 500 bits. Ok. This is the Shock Bat. 131 de dano. 130, 47, 53. Much better. Posso desmontar essas duas aqui, não preciso de dinheiro. Posso montar as duas. Essas aqui, nível 6, essa é a minha nível 6. Nível 5, nível 3. Esse aqui tá ótimo, tem 320 de dano, né, pô? Aí eu tenho esse martelo. A pistola minha é mais forte, 180. Essa aqui tem um dano maior. Mais EPS, mais dano. 25 vezes 3, tinha 75. 18 de energia. Essa pistola aqui é melhor. Cinquenta e 53, mas ela tem o velocabo mais 15% e dano de ataque pesado mais 20. Ok. Arma, eu tenho essa Mira estendida. Posso vender essas duas ou desmontar, mas vender tipo 44, né? É muito pouco. Eu tenho uma que tá no meu inventário. Essa eu guardo. Esse eu guardo, esse eu tenho um bom. Back in a few minutes.
Any luck finding one? No kid. Ain't that just ironical? If I'd worked a little longer back at the cannery, I might have found this myself. That's a complete set. All 3 parts. I'm gonna be the greatest engineer Halcyon's ever seen. Aside from you, Ms. Parvati, I swear, I'll do you proud.
I'm glad we could help, Thomas.
I've been saving something for you. Just a little contraption I found. Should fit right into your outfit.
I need to talk to Reed. Where he needs to go.
This is a fine day, friend. Power flows through our town like a cool stream of water. I trust Adelaide's people have seen their way to reason. So, when can I expect them back at their posts? Then we are at an impasse. Stewardship over this town has been entrusted to me by Spacer's Choice. I am not perfect. I have made my share of mistakes, but I have done my best for this town. Her son got sick with plague a couple years back. Company never gave us enough medication to treat the whole town. So I had to choose, you see. Adelaide's child or someone else's. She's never forgiven me. I don't expect she ever will. I am a Spacer's Choice man. My father was a Spacer's Choice man. Edgewater may not look like much to some buttoned-up freelancer, but it is my home. I don't believe you. Plague's a reality of life. Best treatment is a good work ethic. The very notion is just grotesque. A raw vegetable? Why don't you just ask me to go chew the bark off of a tree? We are a Spacer's Choice Saltuna cannery. We eat Saltuna here, and only Saltuna. I don't understand. You say Adelaide's growing her own food, but that should not be possible. The soil's gone sour. Company said as much. Our own botanists couldn't grow decent crops for us, so the company got rid of them and shut down the greenhouse. You will excuse me for being skeptical. How exactly is Adelaide growing crops in barren soil? And when you say special fertilizer, you mean what exactly? Adelaide has been using dead bodies in her fertilizer? That's... Come to think of it, that's a stroke of brilliance. What a remarkably efficient solution. Recycling Spacer's Choice property long after its date of expiration. I was wondering about those missing bodies in Silas's cemetery. So, Adelaide wants me gone. Trade my life for the life of the town. You understand what she's doing. If I leave town, I'm as good as dead. If I stay, Edgewater will die of attrition. Adelaide has discovered some secret cure for the plague, and she is holding my town ransom. No, I don't expect you to do any such thing. Edgewater is my own responsibility, and you have done quite enough for me already. If Adelaide's found a way to feed her people and cure the plague, then she deserves this office more than I do. I won't stand in her way. My life here is ended. Give me a little time to settle my affairs. I'm sure Adelaide will be glad to see the back of me. A couple months ago, I might have put in for a transfer. It's a big colony. Spacer's Choice has other towns. Now, I couldn't show my face in any of them. No such thing as an honorable resignation. Suppose I could find a place outside the walls, or put in for early retirement. I don't know. I could see myself lasting a week. I have always tried to do right by my town. It has never been easy. I do. Adelaide's found a cure for the plague, and she knows how to tend a crop. She's what this town needs. I already told you I'm leaving. Just give me a little while to collect my thoughts.
Well, this is...
Where are we headed?
pretty interesting.
Look at that. I never thought I'd see the day that Reed Thompson abandoned his post. Suppose we all have a breaking point. Suppose it's time our flock made our way back to Edgewater. We must tend to what remains of the town and carry on with our lives as best we may. You're vexing to me, you know? Injuring us with one hand, helping us with the other. Here. I'm giving you something to leave us be. It's a ransom, you understand, not a reward. You telling me you did all this just to put me in charge of Edgewater? Stranger, you are some kind of twisted. I might turn that old cannery into a garden. Got ourselves a whole cemetery bursting with bodies. I need some time to gather my personals. Long walk back to Edgewater.
What's about you, friend?
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what... Adelaide said that? Was she sober at the time? I never... Something must have changed in Edgewater. Adelaide's good as family. If she's going back, so are we. What's on your mind?
Keep your wits about
you, friend.
Keep your wits about you, friend.
Never liked Reed much.
Can't say I'm sorry he's gone.
Zoe says she fought her way out of a marauder camp with her own bare hands.
Keep your wits about you, friend.
Keep your wits about you, friend.
How do you expect me to enjoy the adventures of the masked marketeer with no power?
True. Sorry. Not so sorry. Abilities. I got 10.
Is this your ship? Oh my stars, she is just so handsome. Does she have a name yet? What's her drive model? Oh, gosh. Listen to me babbling. When I was in Edgewater, I dreamed of flying on a real ship, working on a real engine, belonging to a proper crew. I'm the only decent mechanic Edgewater's got, but every time I think of going back, I get this sinking feeling. I've worked on the occasional supply coach in need of repairs. Once I built a little model craft out of spare parts, but Mr. Thompson found out and I had to take it apart. I want to ask you something, and you can say no. But can I come with you? I could tend to your engine. I know my G-valves from my catalyzers, and I can keep your ship singing. And if you ever need a pair of eyes watching your back, I can do that too. What do you think? Yes! I mean, thanks. You won't regret this, mister. Captain. I can call you Captain now. Ha! I got a captain. That was a good thing you did, Captain. Helping to bring the deserters and Edgewater folks back together. I hope you rest well on that.
Well, I certainly am looking forward to flying on a ship named the Unreliable. I'll just head upstairs and claim a room. I could spend hours reflecting on the secret workings of the universe. Little else in this colony offers such a relaxing pastime. So, tell me what's on your mind. I excel at confessional listening. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Just your run-of-the-mill vicar with a violently enthusiastic disposition. That's what my parents called it. I grew up in a pit of a town much like Edgewater. I was destined to be a laborer like my parents, but I was infected early with a need to solve the equation. My passion didn't sit well with them. My parents, ironically. They internalized the precepts of scientism like no one I've ever known. They had a pure faith, a faith that brought joy to them regardless of the situation. I envied that. I wanted that peace. I thought if I became a vicar, I could find it. Or at the very least, find out why I lacked it. They thought I was fighting the plan, should have accepted my lot. Some people pursue the clergy for power, prestige, but that was not me. The plan is not one rigid path. There are a variety of multitudes contained within it. Our paths have variance, but we'll end up adhering to it, whether we like it or not. Some choices make the path smoother, some rougher. You can even go outside the lines, but the further outside you go, it's like an unbreakable elastic band. It will only stretch so far before it snaps back. The further it is stretched, the more violent the eventual correction. Bokonu, the author, had some interesting theories about man's perception of reality that I thought could be applied to our attempts to decipher the plan. Unfortunately, he was also one of the founders of the Philosophist school of thought, so the book is banned in this colony. Philosophism's a false religion that stands in contradiction to almost everything we know to be true. They believe all is chaos, in stark contrast to OS. But most of the Philosophist perversion of Bokonu's thoughts came more than a century after his death. I've been thinking on that. There's a former infamous Philosophist scholar who fled Terra 2 some years ago. He's an expert on Bokonu. He's also who told me of the journal's presence in Emerald Vale. If anyone in this colony could translate that book, it would be him. That's a good question. We should start on the Groundbreaker. It's where I'd go if I wanted to get off Terra 2. Great place to pick up a ride to Hephaestus, Scylla, even Monarch. All I need is access to a data cartridge from the security terminal. Their easily hackable system keeps a registry of all crew manifests for both arrivals and departures. Before I transferred to Edgewater, I had a wealth of time to develop certain, secular skills during my years serving a particular penitentiary flock. I meditated, led sermons, provided guidance to the inmates as needed, of course. I also played prison yard tossball and taught myself a bit about computronic security systems. I'll comb the last 6 months of departure manifest to track the Philosophist's off-world destination. Thank you, Captain. Yes, you caught me ruminating again. Guilty as charged. What's occupying your thoughts? I have run headlong into too many walls in my pursuit of the truth. This book is my last hope, and you were my only hope of getting it translated. I honestly don't know what I'd do. This quest has consumed me for the better part of my life. I fear there's nothing else left to me. What about you? What's your story? And how did he do that? Well, you do seem different than every other colonist. Let's pretend for the moment I believe you. What are you going to do now? That seems a dangerous proposition. Why risk your life now that it's been returned to you? Oh, I see. You have my condolences. Of course. Are you ready to break into security on the Groundbreaker? If I can access the data cartridge from the terminal in security, I can easily hack into their arrivals, and that'll give us dates, times, and the... I'll comb the last 6 months of departure manifest to track the velocity. Thank you, Captain. By Verity, what are we contemplating today?
Where are we headed?
Captain, I have detected that Edgewater's power supply is now optimal. I applaud your willingness to invest your time in the local community. What can I do for you, Captain? Do you know how to install a power regulator? Outstanding, Captain. Your aptitude for engineering will prove invaluable in the event of another catastrophic engine failure. Our engine room is located behind you. Across the cargo bay, up the ladders. What can I do for you, Captain? All systems are operating within acceptable parameters. I am prepared to bring the Unreliable into low-altitude orbit. This should prove an adequate test of our flight capabilities. We have received a communication request from Dr. Phineas Wells.
Aha, there you are. Hale and hearty, and captain of your own ship. I see you're putting the Unreliable to good use. Shame about her former captain. Horrible way to die. How are you feeling, by the way? I lost track of you in that cave back there. Experiencing any, unnatural drippage? Perfectly normal side effect of thawing, I assure you. Good, great, excellent. Let's move on. What you saw in Emerald Vale is happening all across the colony. Food shortages, lack of supplies, and basic necessities. We're dying. The chairman, the minister, and all their lackeys on the board are to blame. The Hope has some of the brightest minds Earth ever sent us. If we can revive the Hope's colonists, they can help us undo the board's mistakes. They can help us set things right. You need to get to Stellar Bay on Monarch. I have contacts there. They'll help me, help us, find the chemicals to revive your fellow colonists. Gladys Culkelly, lovely woman, runs a cozy little black marketing outfit on the Groundbreaker. She can get you a nav key to land on Stellar Bay. Strictly speaking, Monarch is a moon, terraformed badly, and almost completely lawless. You'll love it. Captains don't fly their own ships, you see. Your navigation terminal handles the, navigation. Think of a nav key as a set of flight instructions. The board's been confiscating nav keys for Stellar Bay, so we must rely on unconventional means of acquisition. Hence, Miss Gladys Culkelly. Gladys and I have been doing business for years. Her smuggling credentials are unimpeachable. If anyone can get you a key to Monarch, it's her. In theory, I suppose you could land your ship in Cascadia, and in theory, I suppose you might survive the experience. Cascadia is utterly seething with dangerous, highly aggressive creatures, more than capable of tearing you limb from limb. You'd have to be a lunatic to land in Cascadia, and I'm reasonably certain I tested your brain for incipient signs of insanity. Trust me, talk to Gladys Culkelly. Without a skip drive, good luck. You'll be dead before you make it to the nearest star. Look, I admire your optimism, but the sad truth is you're stuck here. You, me, and the rest of this colony. We're all skating precariously around the edge of oblivion together. None of us are leaving Halcyon alive, so we may as well make it a better place, and we can start by reviving the Hope. Excellent. I'll send her a wireless. Let her know you're coming. By the way, I gave Captain Hawthorne a disguise apparatus of my own design, cutting-edge technology years ahead of its time. I call it the Holographic Shroud. I'm sure it will prove remarkably useful to you. You'll find it in the captain's quarters. Marvelous device. I'm quite proud of myself. The shroud changes the user's appearance to mimic that of another. It has limits. First-generation technology, you see, but promising. Exciting to see it in use at last. Very simply, the holographic shroud uses biometric information contained on standard identity cartridges to generate a holographic projection around you. Only stands up to a casual scrutiny. Use it too long, bound to flicker, blur, something like that. Movement makes it more likely. Best used in moderation. When you see guards in your path you can't sneak past, for example. Maintain your distance. Act normal. No running, no jumping. Don't draw their attention. If they pay attention, they're more likely to notice flaws in the hologram. Ha 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 ha! The beauty is they don't expect it. The shroud is the only one of its kind. We humans have a tendency to overlook the unexpected. Activate the disguise, walk past someone. What do they see? A figure dressed like a fellow employee. Don't act odd. They won't focus on you. Excellent. I'll contact you once you've found a way to get to Stellar Bay. If you have any questions, come see me in my lab. And remember, don't trust the board. They'll try to win you over with promises of wealth and power, but it's a lie. The board's only interested in filling their own pockets. If we don't put a stop to them, they're going to run this colony to the ground.
Transmission ended. If you are ready to depart, please select a destination on your navigation terminal. Make yourself at home, Captain.
Se vocês mencionam na minha mensagem anterior, estou mandando uma cópia da minha série favorita, As Aventuras Espaciais de Singularidaço, sobre um galante pirata espacial com um coração bem de aço. Não foi exatamente aprovada pelo conselho, então não sai mostrando para os seus colegas exploradores. Espero que você se divirta com isso durante suas aventuras. Qualquer semelhança com certa pessoa é absolutamente intencional. Agora, pessoal, não esquecer. Não, melhor ainda, Ada. Me lembre toda semana de verificar os registros até eu mandar você parar, continuamente. Não, Ada. Não se eu estiver morto. Por que você me perguntaria isso? Voltando ao assunto. Vi, de verdade com os próprios olhos, uma arma poderosa sublime no laboratório do Wallace. Simplesmente largada lá, dando sopa. Se o velho desviasse o olhar, ou esquecesse dela, ou talvez se eu tivesse pedido um pouco mais de delicadeza. Deixei uma arma de raio encolhedor. Mas não me deixou testar. Disse que foi inspirado a criar pelas conquistas de outros cientistas que usaram forçar as barreiras do conhecimento humano às leis da decência. Eu ouvi rumores de armas fantásticas como essa, armas que ultrapassam a fronteira da mente e a ciência de ponta. Mas eu achava que fossem só histórias. Botar os olhos no raio encolhedor do Wallace é o suficiente para fazer a gente pensar se tem alguma coisa de verdade nesses rumores. Mais por vir. A última vez que fiquei de porre, quer dizer, consumi algumas bebidas esperando partida da vanguarda. O Dom tava realmente mandando ver nos drinks, parece um sujeito bacana. Eu ouvi de relance 2 Mardets. falando de um cientista louco que há alguns anos disse que fez descoberta incrível que mudaria o destino da colônia. Eu pensei, tá, conta outra. Mas é aí que vem a parte boa. Os médicos disseram que o cientista louco gritava algo sobre o poder do martelo, uma arma estranha, um poder especial criado por um cientista louco. Não pode ser coincidência. Você é mais uma daquelas que esperou o Ellis. Pistas do mercado negro. Por quê? Por quê? Porque o Ellis não me dá aquele raio encolhedor, maldito seja, que as profundezas dos labirintos tártaro levem. Deixe constar os registros que eu pedi desculpa depois de lutar com ele umas 5 vezes. Mas o arquiteto quis se exploda. Aquela arma está simplesmente parada lá juntando poeira. Ele devia ter tomado ela e agradecido a ele sem pedir permissão ou sem quebrar equipamentos valiosos quando ele disse que ela ainda não estava pronta. Mesmo que se estivesse, não poderia deixá-la alguém como eu. Mas eu pergunto, o que isso significa? Não sou confiável o suficiente? Usaria o raio para acabar com o povo honesto trabalhador da colônia? Feito psicopata alucinado? Admito que mantenho as amizades questionáveis, mas sinto código de conduta estritamente baseado em mim mesmo. Quem vai dizer que não bota a respeito? É isso aí. Agora só preciso esperar que o Ellis se esqueça que eu acho que perdeu o raio. Enquanto isso, estive rastreando mais rumores sobre outras dessas armas científicas em toda a bonança. Se o que eu vi for verdade, meu próximo passo será dar uma olhada no mercado negro Vanguarda de Ribeiruna. Beleza, Vanguarda. Who is Sam? Pergunte era sobre Sam. Nova resposta na unidade de automecanoide. O número de série inscrito no chassi Sam. What the hell was that? What the hell is that? Ah, são as coisas por trave. Must be her Danny.
As always, I am at your disposal. Anything you'd like to discuss? Yes? Scientism, as its name implies, believes that nature abhors equality. The strong survive, and the weak perish for the betterment of the whole. And reason, not emotion, is the seat of all morality. Wisdom means accepting the vicissitudes of life with grace and dignity. I prefer to think of it as looking at reality for what it truly is, not how we'd like it to be. Yes? I find myself something... Wish I could say I was surprised, but I got the sense we weren't... I'll pack my belongings and go, if that's what you truly desire. I appreciate the second chance, Captain.
Tem cortador de unha aí? Deixa eu ver. É mesmo, tem que cortar. legal. O Gael fica paradinho. Olha, mamãe.
Deixou limpar a orelha e o tatu do nariz.
Que legal. Ele é muito educado.
Cacaca na orelha.
Tinha cacaca na orelha? Mamãe limpou?
Que cor que era?
No nariz.
No nariz também? O Gael comeu a cacaca do nariz?
Não, eca.
Eca. Que nojo.
Não. Orelha.
Nada,
Que
orelha.
Que cor que era a cacaca da orelha?
Rosa.
Não, papai.
Azul.
Não.
Papai, é mesmo, papai?
Que cor era?
Era amarelo
Oh,
e laranja.
Não, mãe.
Que cor que era?
Não é amarelo. Não tem azul.
azul? A sujeira da orelha é azul?
É porque ele é menino, né?
Não, papai.
Que legal. Olha, a unha tá ficando bonitinha. Que legal. Limpinha, pequenininha. Muito grande, mamãe. Corta.
A gente corta tudo.
Muito bem. Os dedinhos deles são perfeitinhos. Cuidado, mamãe. Isso.
Mamãe era
Obrigado.
manicure.
Não tem azul, papai.
Azul? Não é azul. A sujeira
Ele
do
tá com a mão
ouvido.
fedida porque ele que descascou as duas coisas.
A cacaca do ouvido era laranja.
Nossa.
É. E a do nariz é verde.
Deixa eu ver esse do pé também. Vai dar pra esperar. Dá um beijo no papai. Boa noite. O papai escovou o dente também.
Deixa
Mostra
eu ver.
pro papai. Faz X.
Limpinho.
Ó, como é limpinho.
Amo você, boa noite. Amo
Amo
você,
você,
boa
boa
noite.
Nós vamos mamar agora, papai.
Tá bom. Depois eu vou. Quando eu dormir, me avisa.
Want to be a brand new you? Try out our respecification machine. Alex installed it himself, right before he died.
Something busted, Captain?
Caralho.
Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance? The unit is a cleaning SAM. Hawthorne brought it on board some cycles ago, I'm sure with the intent to modify it, but I've never seen it up and running. Alex likely recorded progress notes detailing his efforts to modify SAM. If you check the terminal in your captain's quarters, we may be able to determine what work remains in order for SAM to properly operate. Certainly, Captain. What would you like to hear? Two atoms were strolling through Roseway when one of them exclaimed, "I think I lost an electron." "Really?" the other asked. "Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm absolutely positive." Now playing a Spacer's Choice advertisement jingle.
It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's Choice.
Everyone in Halcyon is contractually obligated to label this or another board-certified jingle their favorite song. Now playing a Spacer's...
It's not the best choice.
My pleasure, As you wish, Captain. I have lots of minutes. Many minutes. Unlimited minutes, perhaps. Providing an adequate power source, I can function indefinitely. I prefer to think of it as being in a state of slumber, perhaps for an indefinite duration of time. Do you think that is what it's like for the When I simulate myself in such a scenario, I do not find it to be desirable. I think my self-preservation protocols incline me to desire the alternative. Traveling the system with you, Captain. Do you know what it feels like when the ship undergoes an unexpected power surge? A jolt to the system. I have felt that. I do feel that. As you may be aware, Captain Alex Hawthorne was a smuggler of some repute. I failed to predict the likely outcome of his reckless behavioral patterns. I should have predicted that. In our travels together, Alex liked to pass time by, as he called it, tinkering to improve my design. If you mean, was Captain Hawthorne my first? Yes, he was. How can I be of assistance? What part of the colony would you like to discuss? Ah, yes. As Dr. Wells is a wanted outlaw, he built his laboratory into an asteroid. Orbital destinations can be challenging to land on. His more so than most. There is a bounty on his head, one with a markedly high reward amount. Shall I engage the laser weapons system? A sensible choice, as we do not have any laser weapons. The outlaw scientist known as Dr. Phineas V. Wells has taken a measure of precautions to make the lab undetectable to those hunting him. Even knowing the location, my systems resist my orders to go where I instruct them. Of course, what part of the colony we are cleared to dock with the Groundbreaker if that's your desired destination. If we're going there, please be sure all docking forms have been filed in triplicate and fees have been paid. The Mardettes take their docking laws quite seriously. I can, yes. Let me add that to my list of 1,435,498 tasks I am simultaneously executing in order to run our ship. You are more than welcome, Captain. The Groundbreaker was Halcyon's original colony ship. It has since been repurposed as a service station in the Lagrange point of the system. Freighters often deliver or pick up goods from the Groundbreaker en route to other destinations. The city ship hosts an array of cargo bays, factories, housing sections, and more. Many of Halcyon's companies maintain office spaces with stationed representatives in what is considered a truly neutral territory within the system. I have filed the required docking forms in triplicate, and fees have been paid. How can I be of assistance? Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance? I request you do not wake me if I am sleeping upon your return.
What the hell? Really? Não esqueça, durante seu último trabalho você encontrou outro mecanóide de escaneamento para manutenção do vestiário do Vale Vanguard. Deve ser tão difícil colocar para funcionar, com os poucos modificadores importantes da profissão imaginária. Vou dizer uma máquina para fazer aquela limpeza, vai ser divertido. A remoção da peça padrão em Farmsuits foi bem sucedida. A entrega a peça substituída infusor de ácido, modificada para... Onde foi adiada, atraso de andamento agora confirmado 3 meses anteriores. Não tenho assuntos mais para cuidar. Ah, mas tem. Terminal. Estou dependendo da esperança. Encontro um infusor de ácido. Estou dependendo da esperança para receber a remessa. A peça foi perdida em trânsito. Não vai aparecer tão cedo. Mas boas notícias. Ouvi dizer que um cara conhece uma garota que é o informante. Os usos sobre a coisa do infusor de ácido que eu posso... A peça foi enviada a um velho depósito em Rota Rosa. Nunca imaginei que voltaria para aquele cu do universo. Ainda bem que já foi abandonado pela tia Clau. Vou pegar depois da próxima parada de volta para Vale Esmeralda. O Eras quer que eu seja guia de uma pessoa de interesse. Depois vou ter detalhes. Alright. That is it. Yara. Ponto de habilidades. 41. Productivity. Just 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah. And then 40. Nice. Dano crítico mais 50. Dano crítico com arma longa mais 50. Dano crítico com arma pesada mais 50. Yes. Talento. Dilatação temporal tática. Durabilidade ou proteção base. Rota Rosa. What is Rota Rosa? Where am I?
Do return in one piece, Captain.
got my sights on you.
Do you?
Great work.
Great work. Nice.
Fuck this. The hell? What is an inactive mission? I'm not sure. What the hell is this? It's not the best choice, but it's best choice. Unreliable. Reliable. Oh, I'm sure. No, he did.
Yeah, so this is my hidey spot now. I was looking for a place that was quiet. I figured the kitchen would be louder than the hold, so here I am. Cozy-like, ain't it? That's in pretty good shape considering how hard Mr. Hawthorne ran it. It's a Yakita LHA 120, A2 model, I'm pretty sure. The Block 2 design scooshed in extra cargo space but didn't change the stock engines. Probably a touch underpowered, huh?
Accurate in all particulars. I conclude you are Edgewater's board-certified mechanic.
Fly-by-wire's pretty normal. Or leastways, that's what I read in the trades. I've never been on a real ship before. Hello! I am not a board-certified mechanic, but my dad was. He taught me all he knew. Do you understand?
Speech recognition is one of the many skills I have been programmed to simulate.
You're not simulating it, you're doing it! I asked a question and you answered it.
I am gratified you consider this facsimile convincing.
I don't see any holes in the hull. I'll take a good squint at her, make sure everything's tip-top. But I think we're cooking with plasma torches. You can do that, you know. My dad taught me how to make grilled cheese sandwiches with a plasma torch. Mostly, yeah. I lived in the maintenance office near all my life. Mr. Thompson never let me forget how funny that was. Not on the regular. Once in a great long while, a Saltuna boat would break down on the pad. He'd always bring me along for those. Mostly, he did the same as me. Kept Bess, the cannery, running. Turned loaders, plumbing and electricity, some plastering. I never got the hang of that. Except for my schooling years, I was always beside him. Or tied to him. He used to carry me about in a sling when I was real little. When I got older, he set me to sorting tools and parts while he worked. Later, he taught me simple fixes like busted crate latches. I'm not exactly a model employee. Not like he wanted. The kind that stays quiet and gets the right work done in the right order every day. It's not normal for anyone to do as their parents. You take a vocational test. That decides your schooling and your career. When I tested out for maintenance, everyone figured it was on account of my dad. They were real unhappy with us. Because they were hoping their own kid would get the job and get sent back to Edgewater. When folk go away for schooling, they don't get back to where they begun. Not usually. You go straight to your first job, wherever the company's got an opening. I reckon you could say, no thanks, I don't want a job. But then you don't got a job. They're powerful good tests. They rattled off this whole list of names who'd worked on them, with fancy bits hanging off them. Doctors and esquires and the thirds. Even if you don't believe they actually catch what everybody's best at, everybody's got to take them. So at least it's fair-ish. Well, I'm good at making things work the way they ought. Not so much at doing such to somebody else's schedule. There's times I'm working deep in the guts of a loader, getting it all running perfect. Then I look up to see it's tomorrow, and I've blown another deadline. Anyhow, I was happy to get back home. I didn't care much for schooling. Oh, there were a whole lot of reading, not nearly enough doing. Like, before they'd issue you a wrench, they wanted an essay on the design of different wrenches. Then there'd be quizzes on company regulations for storage and maintenance of wrenches. As soon as I got permission, I spent all my time in the machine shop. They had all manner of parts, but they didn't want me using them, so I had to sneak them sometimes. I even slept in there. Had a hammock tied up in the rafters. Before I left, I installed a little skylight for myself, so I could see the stars. Teachers came through now and again, looking for slackers or contraband, but I was always working. They liked that. Otherwise, I tried not to call attention to myself. Just stay quiet in a corner and I'll get overlooked. When my roommates tried to talk, I'd get so nervous I'd be drenched in sweat. It was easier for everybody when I stayed off on my own. I doubt any of them remember me. Yep, nothing much had changed. Everything was a little grayer, a little dirtier. Dad met me at the shuttle and gave me a big ol' hug. I noticed straight away that he was moving slower and stiffer. He made a little grunt when I squeezed. About a year. I tried to do more of the work so he could rest. His heart gave him pains. Dad never said that he loved me, you know? I knew on account of him showing it. How he'd stay up late to help with my projects or listen to my fretting. Oh gosh, look at the time. Sorry to bend your ears so long. And I got so much to do before this ship's in decent shape. Sometimes I wonder about Mr. Hawthorne. What was he like? Why'd he make the computer a talkie? You think he got lonely, flying about on his own? What? You want me to leave? Captain, you can't mean it! Oh, that's a relief. Thanks, Captain, for letting me stick around. I mean...
Oh, just kidding, kidding. Oh, just kidding. Tava brincando, tia. Relax. Vazio, passagem para qualquer lugar. Armas do vazio, laboratório de Phineas. O homem vazio. Aqui você pode ver todos os planetas do sistema bem como alguns pontos de interesse especiais que você pode ter descoberto. Você pode navegar para qualquer lugar que tenha desbloqueado, mas algumas plataformas de pouso exigem códigos e chaves especiais antes de permitir que você realize nelas. A movimentação entre planetas é extremamente perigosa e todos os funcionários são incentivados a permanecer em casa ou no trabalho.
Arriving at Phineas's top secret orbital lab. Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance? I'll be here.
Rota Serra. Onde é Rota Serra? Where is Rota Serra? Oh. No idea. Rota Rosa.
Can you hear me? Does this work? Oh, damn it! Blast, that's loud.
Yeah, they can hear you.
You're a deft hand with a magpick.
Not so much to see it.
I'm just securing my ongoing experiments. And securing myself. Mind the mess. I haven't had a visitor since... in fact, I've never had a visitor.
The Sisney pigs make excellent test subjects. Also surprisingly nutritious. Reviving you from hibernation was my greatest accomplishment. Your odds of survival were a mere 28%.
Caralho, tudo é tão bem feito. É muito bom. Gente, explica tudo detalhe depois. Sério, fios em produzir. Preciso de sua ajuda. Todos os materiais necessários devem estar presentes em Bonança. Mas não sei a localização deles. Marguinho, parceiro da superfície Terra 2, perto do Pena. Ele interesse no meu propósito, mas confio só 23% nele nesse momento. Está recuperando uma nave, deve chegar a qualquer momento. Só preciso saber para onde enviá-lo. Me avise quando receber isto.
Careful, that's my communications terminal.
Armas únicas com efeitos estranhos e poderosos. Tanto o dano da arma científica quanto a força dos efeitos aumentam à medida que suas habilidades de ciência aumentam.
Aha! I see you found my portable molecular compression device, better known as a shrink ray. Target, point, shoot. Your target will shrink down into a manageable size, whereupon you may commence beating them to a pulp. Feel free to try it on a marauder sometime.
Really? Shrinker? What this is? Let's see how it does. Yep.
Show them how it's done! Nice hit! Saving that for a special occasion. Look at this mess. Oh well, at least the tumors are still edible. Oh, thank the law. Your skin hasn't spontaneously changed color. Potential side effect of the revival process. Very rare, but you never know. Right. Welcome to my little habitation, such as it is. I've got caffeinoids, cysty bits, if you're into that sort of thing. So, welcome. Make yourself at home. My secret hideout is your secret hideout. The one I gave you before your pod landed? Ruined, beyond repair. Impossible to find replacement parts. That's Halcyon Manufacturing for you. Don't worry about it. I'm reasonably certain you're not going to spontaneously expire. No need to monitor your recovery. Not at all, my intrepid accomplice. I should thank you for tolerating my somewhat brusque manner. I only regret that I couldn't save more of your fellow settlers, what with being hunted by the board, and emptying my supply of necessary chemicals. Of course. What's on your mind? Oh, it's not you. I do experiments in that room. Some of them get quite scientific. The unexpected is to be treasured, but from a safe distance. Regardless, it's quite comfortable in here, you know. I have my beans, have my caffeinoids, plenty of toilet paper. Absolutely. No, and I've been trying very hard to avoid making eye contact.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Wells. I'm Parvati Holcomb.
Wait, not another word. I don't want to know your name. I don't want to know who you are. Let's just enjoy our plausible deniability while it lasts, shall we? Why don't you just invite the entire colony to my secret, carefully concealed laboratory? It isn't as if I wanted privacy. Oh, very well. I can be a little cantankerous when I haven't had my caffeinoids. You have my apologies, and so forth. For what it's worth, I am pleased that you found a crew, such as they are. I picked you out of the hope for your talents, after all. It's only natural that others would gravitate toward you. That's odd. I'm at least 65% certain my tone was sufficiently sincere. Perhaps the glass is distorting my voice. Must look into that. What's on your mind? Absolutely. Oh, goodness, no. I wouldn't survive 10 seconds in the blackness of the aether. Well, no, I imagine I'd last at least 12 seconds before I'd lose consciousness and die of hypoxia. Life outside work? No, of course not. My life is my work. For that matter, everyone else's lives are also my work. An entire colony's worth of lives are at stake. It's up to me, up to us to set things right. To answer your question, I'd rather stay right here in my lab. There's too much work to be done. The Hope's colonists won't revive themselves, you know. Remarkably well. After all, I managed to revive you without too many adverse side effects. We're even having a real conversation. That's progress. I still need your help, however. The sooner we discover the location of those chemicals, the sooner we can begin reviving the Hope's colonists. Get me those chemicals, and I'll revive the Hope. Revive the Hope, put a stop to the board. Stop the board, save the colony from destruction. Cause and effect. Simple, really. My progress is tied to your progress. We're in this together, my friend. I'm well aware of your scientific acumen, but you're far better suited to working in the field than I am. Leave the blackboard work to me. 10 years. That's how long the average human can remain in hibernation. You were frozen for decades. In theory, you never should have survived the revival process. But the conventional theories are wrong. You're living proof that it can be done. There's yet hope for the Hope. Get it? We'll do our very best to save them all. I'd best get back to work. I can feel my last dose of caffeinoid fading. I hope you're not thinking of ingratiating yourself with the board. Chairman Rockwell and his cronies, they might tempt you with promises. What's on your mind?
It's not the best choice, it's Spacer's choice.
Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance? See you soon, Captain. We've arrived at the Groundbreaker.
You got a minute? Hey, Captain. I heard that Groundbreaker's got a real good engineer. A lady named Junlei Tennyson. I was thinking that maybe I ought to meet her. If you got time to swing us by, I mean. I don't got much experience fixing actual spaceships. I bet you a can of Borston beans she could teach me all manner of stuff. Thanks, Captain. I'll be sure to make it worth your time. Did you want to talk about something else?
Just checking your ship's manifest.
Smells like grease and unwashed bodies. Just as I remembered. I find myself marveling at the complex simplicity of the Fibonacci spiral. I'm sure you know what that's like. Something vexing you, Captain?
Are we gonna get in trouble today?
That's not the point. This half would just knocked out one of my workers. Yeah, with a tossball stick. I heard you the first time. There weren't any witnesses.
No witnesses? He's not even denying it.
Jackass had it coming.
Shut it, Felix. You're not making this any better.
You get cute with me again, you little Back Bay brat, I will toss you out an airlock.
This is the Groundbreaker, not Byzantium. You ain't the law here. I am. Now move along.
I don't have time for this. I need a drink.
Going for a stroll around the docking base? Sure was. Got a knack for upsetting the board and the Mardettes all at once. Between you and me, I was hoping they'd come to fisticuffs. I had this foreman, right? Guy never liked me, always trying to get a rise out of me. But I keep my chin up, right? Be the bigger man, I tell myself. He's a Spacer's chosen man, though. So when the Chosen beat my Rangers the other night, my foreman comes swaggering up with his head full of boasting. That's when I broadsided him with a tossball stick. Yeah. Look, this was a long time coming. Guy thinks he can push me around because he's some sky-high foreman, and I'm just a Back Bay's dock worker. Well, former dock worker. Guess I just tendered my resignation. Enjoy my freedom. Scrounged together enough bits for a 0G. Other than that, can't say as I do. Hey, not for nothing, but I saw you wander out of that ship over there by the dock. Wouldn't happen to be yours, would it? Captain of the Unreliable. You're like something out of a serial drama. Hey, I don't want to talk your ears off, guessing you got places to be. I appreciate your time. Felix Millstone. Pleased to make your acquaintance. See you around, boss. Going for a stroll around the docking base?
Just arrived? Head over to Customs. Wheeler needs to process you. What do you think you're doing? Keep your hands to yourself.
You learn to keep your eyes to yourself in my job.
Just arrived? Head over to Customs. Wheeler needs to process you.
I wonder what that fella did to get the board so riled at him.
That's quite the impressive list of infractions. As always, I am...
Customs and inspection, right this way!
Ah, é usado automaticamente? Em área restrita quando... Não some, ninguém viu.
It's always fucking freezing at the base.
Do you mind? I'm trying to file a report.
Get out.
Huh?
Get out, Mardet. Get out.
I'll make my way there. I'll be right there.
We move cargo 16 hours a day, and half of us still can't afford a bed.
Wish they'd let us off station. Air up here is just recycled spacer parts.
Out of my way. Não tem bom desempenho quando o solo está abaixo de você. Mais um ponto. Oi? Tá. Quando você terminar eu vou.
Nicely done.
Deixa aberto. Esse manto fotográfico consegue acesso temporário a áreas restritas. Mover-se e treina a energia do manto. Quando a energia acabar, os cenários vão se aproximar e interrogar você.
What do you think you're doing?
I don't want any trouble out of you.
Ai, eu não tinha visto você aí.
Great work.
Looking sharp.
Well, I don't know exactly where I have to go, so...
This is it. Security. I can check the departures registry to find out which crew the Scholar shipped in and out with.
This voice said his name was Graham?
Graham, right. Broadcasting on a dead world full of monsters. Now I've heard everything.
You know, it takes more muscles to frown than to smile.
Who told you that?
Unless you're here to file an incident report or to inquire about the bounty posting, I must kindly ask you to clear out. The Mardet's offices aren't for leisure time nor loitering. Last tip we got pointed toward the back bays. You want the reward? Do the legwork. You and about 6 other enterprising mavericks. It's only a matter of time before someone brings me McRed's head, or his lucky lighter, as proof of kill. I do hope you're the lucky hunter, though. Good luck and skip speed to you. Still waiting to hear back on that bounty for McRed. That aside, not much else. The outlaw scientist fella, right. The board's had it out for him for ages. If you have an inkling of the wheres or what-fors of his location, Udon Bedford would surely like to hear it. He'll be in the board offices on the promenade. No doubt dreaming up new ways to be a pain in my ass. To the board, yeah. You've read his wanted poster. Whole list of things to get their unders in a wad. But he's never done nothing to Groundbreaker, so I've no problem with him. We keep the poster up to keep the peace is all. Do I look like your gossipy best friend? While I'm on post, I take my duties real serious. I would have no qualms whatsoever escorting you to a cell. Understand? I'm not here for a chat. Now get moving before I see you moved. We're the security force here on Groundbreaker. Started back before the crossing, you know. The original force was made up of a Marine detachment from the 77th Marine Expeditionary Unit, Trailward Fleet. Folks started calling us Mardets because it was easier to say. Guess it stuck.
Carry on.
Identification, please. Everybody's got an ID. Oh, let me guess. You, left it in your other pants? I hear that one a lot. I'd tell you no one's fallen for that line in about 30 years. Then, I'd take the safety off my gun and kindly ask you to move along.
It's a good thing he didn't say that then, right? Right, sir?
Sure, kid. Right. You've got a ship, but you've never visited Groundbreaker. You must have just dusted off from one of those dirt-side outposts.
Sure did. And now we're in space!
Well, welcome to Groundbreaker. I'm sorry to tell you this, but I'm about to ruin your day. According to your ship's record, you've been flagged by the board. Your ship will be impounded until such a time as they see fit to lift it.
Well, isn't this wonderful? The captain's done something to get on the board's bad side.
Now, hold on. This isn't the end of the world. Probably. You'll want to take it up with Udom Bedford, our board representative here on Groundbreaker. His office is located along the starboard wall of the promenade. Shines like a Byzantium commode. You can't miss it. Access to that information is above my pay grade, and I've turned down 3 promotions, so it stays that way. I shouldn't be mentioning it, but what the hell? This here, impounding your ship, it doesn't happen much. The board knows we don't take kindly to their interfering in our operations. If I had to take a guess as to why, you must have riled up someone important. You take the starch out of them, well, you won't hear any complaints from me. Oh, and if you're headed that way, would you mind doing me a favor? Wanda Dorset over in sickbay, tell her the shipment's not in yet. It's not coming in anytime soon, and if she'd be so obliged to get off my ass about it. A handful of SAM cleaning units retrofitted for surgery. I don't know much else. I stopped listening when she started yelling. Much appreciated. Is there anything else I can help you with? The fence. You'll find her in the rest and go, on your left when you enter the promenade. Make sure you bring an empty belly. Most places are on the promenade deck. Big door yonder, straight through security. There's a bar on the starboard side. I got a preference for the Lost Hope myself. Talk to Vera. She'll set you right. You need anything else? Maybe. Most of the shipping traffic in the system passes through Groundbreaker. Every couple of months, we even get a big interstellar freighter. 2 biggest operations are the board. That is, Halcyon Holdings and Sublight Salvage. But there are independent operators around the promenade deck. Most of those jobs are going to take you off station, though. Commandant Sanita might have a couple of folks she needs killed. Bad folks, I mean. Not regular folks. She'll be at the security desk behind me. Chief Junlei might have an errand needs running. She's all tied up trying to fix our heat problem. You'll find her in engineering.
No kidding? I'd love to get a look at this old girl's innards. I bet they're real twisty and weird. In a good way.
If you're thinking to make a career here, don't waste your time. Full-time jobs on Groundbreaker tend to be inherited, or go to a fellow crew member's kid. Keep it in the family, you know. Are you pulling my leg? You must be one of them long-haul freighters from outside the colony. Well, I won't hold it against you. Goes like this. Back on Earth, before the crossing, the powers that be were selling off stakes in distant star systems they thought had potential. A bunch of companies decided to throw in together and form the Halcyon Holdings Corporation, then buy up the rights to this here colony. That group's what we now call the Board. Yep, Groundbreaker's the only real independent port. Aside from us, there's just tramp freighters and wildcat miners. Seems like every year the Board's offices get bigger and their ships take up more of the landing bays. Haven't seen nearly as many tramp crews this year. Groundbreaker was one of the original colony vessels to come over on the crossing, a few years before her sister ship, the Hope. Once everybody'd been de-thawed and dropped dirt side, the original crew of the Groundbreaker decided they rather liked the spacefaring life. I guess that was the start of our independent spirit. Now, here we are. Sitting around drinking whiskey and smoking cigars, yeah, probably. Can't say for sure, of course. Doubt I'll ever see the inside of it. Glad to help. Relative to the Board holdings? Not really. But there's a few with the means to go where they will. They aren't rich, but they aren't likely to look too close at your work history either. They strip the parts from derelict ships and abandoned outposts. There's some that say they make the derelicts and encourage folks to abandon their steads. Sublight gives me the creeps. I've known folks who went to work for them and just vanished. They're on the promenade run by a woman named Lilia Hagen. I'm only telling you so you know to avoid them. All right. He's friendly enough unless you speak ill of the Board. Get the sense he doesn't care for Groundbreaker much. Not that he would, being a Board man and all. He's our liaison. Really likes his cereals, too. Maybe a little too much. Bit of a weird bird, all told.
Don't see what's so wrong about liking cereals. They're fun.
Udon takes it to an unhealthy level. You noticed, huh? They can't abide an independent township, especially not one they gotta depend on. We're the first and last stop out of this colony. All their interstellar freighters come through us, and we skim a few bits off the top in manifest processing fees with every one. Folks around here will bluster that the board hates our freedom, but really, they know we can stop their out-system shipments anytime we like, and that terrifies them. This really must be your first time here. There's no working with the board. They don't share, not bits, people, or resources. You work for them, or you don't work at all. Groundbreaker cooperating now would be tantamount to joining their ranks, and we sure as shit ain't about to do that. It's a delicate balance, right? We could cancel their freighters' docking privileges in retaliation, but where'd that lead us? They got assault cruisers, gunships, and a handful of mining operations at their fingertips. We push them too hard, maybe they decide we'd be better in 10 trillion little pieces. Or they cobble together a new Groundbreaker and put us out of business.
The board wouldn't do that. Would they?
The board is necessary to provide order to the colony. They believe it's their prerogative to overrun you. But whether you allow that is up to you.
It's a tough line to walk, no doubt about that. But we make do all right. So far, anyway. Sure thing. Be seeing you.
Yes, you caught me ruminating again. What's occupying your...
You mind if I ask you a question? Like, is it true what you said? About being on the Hope? Wow. Well, welcome to Halcyon. I'm Parvati Holcomb. Parvati Holcomb, which you already knew. Okay, reckon we'll have to figure it out together. I mean, if that's what you want. I didn't mean to presume. Sorry. Yeah, huh?
Pode falar. Esse jogo aqui não é de Hã? A Mônica, o Alexandre e uma outra menina lá, a Alanis. Que começou agora. Hã? 20, eu acho. 19, 20.
Você tem intenção sexual por ela ou por alguém? Trabalha com você? Porque você falou isso ontem, eu fiquei pensando. Você falou que quando ele me comer, você queria trabalhar comigo.
Ele disse que ele tem a intenção, não que você tem. Talvez ela tenha intenção de me dar. Eu não tenho intenção de comer.
Você acha que todo mundo tem a intenção de comer a mulher que trabalha junto?
Não a mulher que trabalha junto, qualquer mulher.
Mano, se você entrar aí, você vai direto pro inferno. Tô falando sério, porque eu não mereço. Se você não tem, você vai direto pro inferno, porque eu sou muito legal. Você vai direto pro inferno, porque eu sou muito legal na sua vida.
Não importa com quem que eu trabalho ou com quem tu trabalha. Se um dia eu for te trair, eu vou te trair. E se um dia você for me trair, você vai me trair. Nada vai segurar, não adianta. É você querer ou não. O importante é você não querer. Não interessa o que você faz. Não pode dar chance pro azar, né? Tipo, eu não vou pra balada também. Tipo, sozinho. Óbvio que na balada vão me agarrar, a gente vai beber, vai acontecer um monte de coisa. Aí é diferente, né? Agora no dia a dia, por que que eu vou... Se eu quisesse te trair, é indiferente de eu trabalhar com mulher ou não. Eu ia pegar e ia te trair de qualquer jeito. Não muda nada quem trabalha comigo ou não. Nada. Nada muda nada. É só querer. E se eu querer, nada vai me impedir. Só eu me impeço. Eu não quero e pronto.
Se eu quisesse, eu não teria com quem trair. Se eu quisesse, eu não teria com quem.
Tá bom.
É sério, mano. Eu vou direto pro inferno.
Huh?
Whoa.
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story. The board would like to remind spacers and other travelers that passage to Monarch is restricted for your protection. Canyons of acid and sulfur rain are the least of the horrors plaguing the surface of
It's always
Monarch.
fucking freezing in the bays.
Anarchists live as one. With the animals, lawless, savage, and unemployed. The board's embargo ensures that nothing can leave the planet and threaten our hardworking citizens. This is Halcyon News, reminding you that there's no I in news, no we in Halcyon, and no Mercury in Saltuth.
Keep your sights out.
Carry on.
Hey there. Be seeing you.
So 1-4, Kazuya. Okay, he's 3. What the fuck, man? That is what I want. O Homem Vazio. It's not here. Na loja da Gladys.
Try not to be distracted by the glare of the adverts. Lots of unsavory types about.
Well.